can do it again.
Hi everyone, can you hear me well? Yes. Okay, welcome back to day 2 of our Fintech event. I hope we had a great day yesterday, and today we're coming back with interesting people.
Coming later your way, we have 2 exciting giveaways today. The first is a voucher for a 2-night stay for 2 people at Hotel Fontaine Vellingrad. And we'll also have a mini quiz game where you have another chance to win a discount for the same very 5-star hotel.
Okay, now for our first speaker today, let's roll the carpet for Awara IT. Awara is an IT global consulting company with the goal to automate and innovate key business processes digitally, thanks to world-class technologies. And everybody, please welcome Artem Chernyevsky. Sorry?
Are you sure? Because the shadow will be our next one, not this one. Is
well,
it okay?
It's in this. That's how it's written in the schedule. If you want, we can mix up the lectures, but.
I have some friends together with me. Sorry, I was thinking that my presentation would be the next one, but we will start Sorry. Okay. Would you switch the slides, or will I have a clicker?
Where's the clicker?
There should be a clicker somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, this one? Yep. Oh, modern technologies. I will try. Good. Also good. Oh, this one? Oh, that's great. Okay, good. Okay, so first of all, I hope that I catch some part of your attention. We will have prizes. First of all, we will have these small guys for fast and accurate answers for my questions. We will have 3 special questions. Also, for technical guru, for most technical answers and most technical points, you will have special prize. As I am most part of my life Microsoft guy, so for tough questions and for arguing with me and for really brave discussions, we have special prize. You know why it's Penguin? Linux. Yes, of course. Microsoft loves Linux very much. And for most active participants, we will have special prize. Okay, so that's the rules. I want to say thank you for my sponsors. Of course, I'm joking, they don't pay me. I'm totally sure that you know Nikita Rishansky very well. Yes, but they offer me some free coffee in their super startup. That's why I'm so active. So I just want to say them big thank you, and they are doing a really great job, so that's amazing. And I do love to speak in OBG, I do love this atmosphere. We are participating in Elevates, working with some teams and so on. That's really great that you are doing this job, and this conference are organized by students. That's really cool. About me, I'm working with most of all with Microsoft technologies. I was working for Microsoft for 6 years, managing a big team of technical staff there. Right now, I'm Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. This is the top award for driving community, for technical excellence, and especially in artificial intelligence. There are less than 400 of such professionals worldwide, so that's really great. And I have a very big experience of working with big enterprises, helping them to adopt the new technologies. What we will learn today? We have not so much time, but I'll try to do something useful, so after the session you will know something new. And it's rather difficult for me because you have quite different experience. Some of you are IT guys and you do know everything, someone from business, so I'm trying to find something. But please be proactive, ask any questions. That's not our mandatory task, we can just have any flexible solution. But the main point will be to discuss the different approaches to data protection and to find the right balance between big data, useful insights, and confidentiality of your private data. And we have a first question with this nice guy. What is big data? Is it really big? Or what else? Who can? What is big data? I'm not sure that every one of you have used this word. Yes, we are on Fintech Conference. Yes, please try.
Well, big data is all the information that's been circling around. It can be anything from financial data, to any type of information actually that can be stored.
Sure, that's really great answer. It's very difficult to determine what is big data, but big data is really a huge amount of information. And we don't know for what reason we store it. We just store it, trying to acquire as much as we can, and think that somehow we will use it. Yeah, so that's the overall concept of big data. Are you ready? Let's try. Wow, amazing. Okay. I want to show you one really great example of using big data for public good. This is a project managed by Harvard University, the Opportunity Atlas. What is Opportunity Atlas? They collect a lot of data from government regarding people who are going to different schools, to different regions, about their race, about their age, about total income of their parents, and so on. And based on this data, they created a great option of upward mobility. What is upward mobility? This is American dream. This is, by definition, American dream. The idea that you are working hard, if you are doing a good job, you can have much more income than your parents. Yes, that we treat each other equally, that we have a lot of opportunity, and so on. And they try to use big data. Is it so? Is it really working? Why it's not working? And this big data project helps them to address the limited government funds to improve this upward mobility. You can see its example. You can see a hashtag, and I ask you if you want. Right now, you can on mobile phone open this and play with it if you want. That's really great. Because you have a very detailed data about everything. Household income at age 35, how is it? You can go and zoom, and not by particular house, but by particular quarter, you can do it. And to see how it's working upward mobility with different population, with different options, and trying to understand what's happening. A lot of information, and many scientists use it, for example, to decide should we have one big school with thousands of students, or should we have 10 local schools with hundreds of students? What is more effective? What is more effective from the point of investment money? What will be upward mobility and so on? What do you think? Is such information actual for Bulgaria, and especially for Blagoevgrad? Such kind of information?
Not really.
Not really. Why? Just interesting.
Because in many different nations, the information is going to be different. That's why.
So information regarding USA not actual for Bulgaria somehow.
Yes, basically.
That's really great option. Yeah. Maybe you will have a thought about data shift. For example, yes, you got the idea, yes? Yeah. Sometimes we don't have information for our country, but we are trying to use other country information and to adopt it. Try to check it, but of course it's really tricky options. Magic? Yes. I was walking today at Blagoevgrad, near the American University in Bulgaria. Did you mention such science, yes? This is American University in Bulgaria. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. Municipality publish the information, statistical information regarding upward mobility of young people. Which part of population of Bulgaria are young, comparing different regions. And a lot of information, and when you will next time go there, don't think this is boring numbers. Take attention. Because this is a message which municipality can trying to send to you, to yes. They're trying to say that that's a really good place to work, good place to build your skills and so on. So that's really important option of public data, of big data, how we are using it for government, for education to make decisions. Second question, what is personal data privacy? In your words, I don't need the definition. Is it important or not? Please?
Privacy for data is really important. Some data might not be shared with the government or whatever. The data that is shared for those statistics from NCI is, for example, data that it's not that private. For example, how many people are in the household. But if you want to share, for example, privacy data, your personal life, some things that are happening with you more personal level, it's not okay for the government to know such information. It could be against you.
Sure. Exactly. It's very difficult to find the balance. Yes, that's good. I was just a bit nervous because safety is the first. Yes, each time when I throw something in audience, I'm just a bit nervous. I'm trying that there's soft toys remotely available, so nobody will be hurt. But anyway, okay. Yes, it's difficult. It's difficult to understand. From other hand, we want a lot of data for useful insights. Yes, we want to know about marks, about gender, scores, everything, results. And for example, do we treat men and women equally? Yes? Good question. For good questions, what we need? Data. So we want the average mark for women, average marks for men, and so on. Yes? So data analytics loves a lot of data. But from other hand, we don't want our data to be shared. And we want to understand who exactly can access it. Government, IT guys, or anybody else. Or maybe your data would be sold as doing some big technical companies. So that's the problems, and the devil is in the details. So yes, we understand that we need public data for fintech sector to improve accuracy, to make prediction, to make a world better. From other hand, we don't want to share our private data. What we can do with this? Nothing. Yes. We have different approaches. The easy answer, just we have some IT guys and they will protect our data. It's not working. Yes, because first of all, who will protect us from the IT guys? So the security coming not with technical options. Security coming with the architectural design of your fintech applications, of your business, and your understanding which data you are collecting and how you are working with it. And today I want to share with you some approaches. First approach is synthetic data generation. So we have some source data which is confidential. And we're trying to find some correlations inside this data. So this is some general position for it. And we generate new data, totally new, but which keeping the same statistic approach. Yes, so we can make some predictive analytics based on synthetic data. That's first approach. Second approach is data anonymization. Each one to saying, oh, okay, just okay, take my marks, no problem, take my finance information, but doesn't correlate it to my family name. Yes, doesn't correlate it to me. It looks simple, but really it's not so good. Because, for example, I will say that the person who was speaking right now in our OBG, in this audience, has house income, it doesn't matter, 1K USD per month, for example, yes? You didn't mention me personally, but we understand that this is person. And if we have a lot of dimensions, for example, woman, age, previous education, city where she was born, and so on, we can understand who is, especially in anonymized data. So anonymization is not the answer to all questions. It's not a simple we have different other approaches. So we have differential privacy. We can add some noise to our data. For example, we have that data, and we add some random numbers to improve it. So we cannot be sure that the data is accurate, and we cannot do any decision about anyone. So we add some random numbers to this data. Who will try to guess what is not good with this approach? Why it is not silver bullet? Not only students are welcome to participate. Yes, please.
Well, because you're adding random numbers and not something that's actually related to a person, that represents a person.
Yeah, yes, and how we can be sure that the statistic insights will be right, that this random data doesn't corrupt it, that we will do make a right choice. It's difficult. Federated learning, that's amazing option. Doesn't collect data. Let's keep it in its source, in the schools, in the government, but we will have some distributed machine learning model which will take only aggregated data from this option. This is something like open source, but going to data generation. Really interesting option is data masking. It's different from differentiated data, which we have discussed just before. We are adding some random noise, or we are removing personal data. But what is the difference? It happens not in the database, but it happens in the request. So when you are asking for data, it's going to the database, protected database with all information. But when it takes the answer, it make mask. So it take private information and exclude it from the response. That's much better because we can be sure that any statistical information is correct, just because we have original data source which is not corrupted with random data, but it's much more comprehensive. Options. There are a lot of things, of course, which are going to IT level, such as encryption, access control, monitoring, and so on. That's important, but I wouldn't cover these options a lot just because it's much more going to IT. And at last, but not at least, we have option with data minimization. That's really great approach. Zero trust and so on. Just take the data which you are really needed. So, did you agree with anytime with some use rights of your personal data, for example, when you are visiting the websites? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Who has read it at least once in your life? No, who has opened this document and read it? At least once.
No.
No. Is it good?
No.
Who knows? It's fact. Yes, we cannot say as data. Trust me, I have asked for many conferences this, and no one never read. So why they are asking us? Why we have to push this button that we agree with privacy policy? Yes.
So they can legally have access to our data.
Yes. Because it's legal.
Yeah.
It's obeyed by law.
Yes.
Yes. But on the other hand, is this law really working if no one read it? So what's the idea of the law? Yes, that you are understanding that you are giving some special rights to sell this data, to share this data, to store this data. But if no one is reading, just one button, just one more button, we are killing trees because we are spending energy for quite useless option. Yes, we just have to find any other approach. So that's data minimization. And regarding fintech sector, I think that the most comprehensive but the most working approach is data marketplaces. when you are, for example, federal agency and you collect a lot of interesting data, you are making data marketplace. So other users, the other data analytics, can build some request to your data, but doesn't receive all the database. They just can request it in some secured manner. It's a really difficult option to make it so they can work with this data. Maybe they will pay you for this data, but they cannot make a replica. Yes, they cannot copy every database record to themselves, and they cannot have access to any personal information. Okay, just checking. What is synthetic data? It was the first variant. I understand that sometimes this stuff is going boring, and I'm just checking the accuracy of your attention. Yes?
It's basically like fake data that is trying to replicate the real one, so you can use it safely. Or in other cases, if you don't have enough data for a specific issue, you can also use synthetic data to have your models.
Okay, just one more question, because it was you are totally right. It's fake data. It's safe data, and that can be used for machine models. For which purpose? For which machine learning it can be used and why?
For usually regression models, I can say.
Yes, for predictions. Yes, it's not just random data. This is a data with some common signatures which are working with this. Okay. Big one.
Let's go!
Thank you. Okay. Is it just theory, or is it working right now? It's working right now. By the way, I have described you the project which we are conducting right now for National Bank of Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan, rather big country, yeah, I think that you know about it. They have a lot of data, and they want to work with this data. They have the data center for this data is cost a lot of money, and some modern artificial intelligence options never can be done in local data center. So they want to use public clouds for Microsoft for computing power and so on. But it's really impossible to provide data about financial operations which are collected from different Kazakhstan banks to the public cloud and so on. Right now, we are managing the project of AI sandbox by National Bank of Kazakhstan, which are using almost every of described approach together. And there are many IT companies which are working together. For example, Zipple AI is responsible for synthetic data. Egregion company is responsible for Azure confidential computing, so everything will be encrypted, so that even Microsoft cannot have access to this data, which is stored in public Microsoft cloud. Our company is responsible for overall orchestration, and me personally, I'm the administrator of all this marketplace, and trying to share resources and trying to provide secure access to modern Microsoft technologies. I was trying to keep things simple, but don't think that they are doing so, yes. When we're speaking with National Bank of Kazakhstan and so on, there are a lot of diagrams, different options, and so on. Starting from very simple approach, we are going deep dive from innovation hub, building internal competence centers, and so on. So we have to do a lot of work for provide this safe access to insightful data. And my call to action, if you are interested in working with Microsoft, you can find Startup Founders Hub or take this link. I have shared the presentation. Microsoft has a very comprehensive program for startups, especially for fintech startups. You can have access to all these new Microsoft Azure features up to 150K thousands, more than 100,000 USD for your startup of Azure credits, and using for free a lot of computing power, a lot of options to generate synthetic data, public cloud, security, and so on. Me personally, I am one of the experts which are working for Founder Startups Hub. So if you are registered there, you can contact me and I can help you with the different technical stuff. That's part of my volunteering job, helping Microsoft to build technical community. That's all. I'm not sure how it's time. Am I? What's the schedule?
You have 10 minutes more?
I have 10 minutes more, so yes, that's cool. We have time for questions. Please give me any feedback. What are you doing right now? Why are you there? What's interesting in this conference?
It's interesting that not many people talk about how our data is used and how data is being generated in order to predict stuff.
Recently, I was studying by myself in the course by Harvard University, Digital Harvard, regarding private data. And that's really interesting question because it's going from 2 points. From technical part, how we can protect them, and from legal and I think even community part, what we have to use regarding this personal data, what is the risks and how we can work with them. I would say that this is just in beginning. We have some laws such as GDPR or CCPA for USA, but they're not so fast to adopt changing technology landscape. For example, you can go right now to ChatGPT and to ask a lot of things, and sometimes you have access to very sensitive information. They are trying to protect this, but it's not so easy. Good question. If you have any additional question, I will try to answer.
So how can synthetic data actually fight with data drifts or like change of trends when it comes to?
Yes. I'm not a manager by my primary education. I am physics, and I have to say that even for me, with physics education, with theoretical physics, it's rather difficult to understand all the mathematics which are needed for generating of synthetic data. 2 options. First of all, we have to be sure that it can be decrypted back. So you have generated synthetic data, so you have some table, for example, yes? Then we have some program, and you have a new table. How you can be sure that we cannot convert it back, that we cannot make back mathematical operation? It's not easy. And from other hand, it should be similar data, so you can make right predictions. They have special mathematics for this option, and the validity of different approaches and special guys who are working with this. Yes, as for me, I'm just more engineer. I'm using the current model. But I can tell you a funny story with National Bank of Kazakhstan, how in our real world they're creating the synthetic data by process. So they have some computer, and on this computer they have their security information. And this computer cannot have any ever access to internet in any variant. Then they have software, and this software is just for generating synthetic data. This software on USB disk, USB drive. So they're taking this USB drive, going to this security computer, take it in, the software is installed, they are making synthetic data, but what with the flash drive? They have to be sure that no information were collected to flash drive, so it's on. So they have special other company which is certified for destroying this USB flash drive. So there are 20 people staying around. They are taking this flash drive with software installation files. Then they have special process for 15 minutes how they physically destroy it to be sure that no information going back to the software developer even. It's really amazing stuff. Okay. You will have one question in the quiz, but I will ask one more question, 2 more questions because I have prizes. First of all, who can name me, please, right now, the startup which were burned here in OBG regarding cryptography and make the unicorn? Who knows the names? OBG is really great, yes, because it's not Kazakhstan wasn't able to grow their own startup. Yes. Yes, exactly. You have to know the name. You are working in a university, which is the place where unicorns are born, and that's really a rare story. And for my congratulations to everyone who are participating in Elevate program, in the hub and other student clubs, because the student clubs are doing a great job with really great results. Okay, who can name not Microsoft Azure, but the most comprehensive and the largest public cloud in the world? Microsoft is the number 2 by the size. Who?
AWS.
Yes. Good. Amazing. Okay, the prizes have come. The information is closed. I'm here. I will be there for the break. So if you have any questions, please ask. Thank you for your time and thank you for your.
Thank you, Mr. Timothy. The lecture was very extensive. Thank you. And thank you for the great prizes.
We'll have a 20-minute break now, and during the breaks today, we'll be playing a promotional video for Hotel Santé. Make sure to watch it for a sneak peek to where your next stay could be, and don't forget to sign up for it again through the QR codes in front of you.
hope you enjoyed the not so long break. Now we're coming back with our next speaker. Our next speaker is from a Canadian fintech company that accelerates the business of clients around the world, supplying technology and insights to customers and partners to success integration.
The topic of choice is online payment processing technologies. Let's all give a warm welcome to Mr. Kalin Mikhailov from Nuvei.
Tell me if you cannot hear me, I'll try to speak louder.
If you can speak louder if you're not using the microphone because we're live streaming right now.
Okay. Let's try without a mic first, and then we'll see. Just let me know, guys. Okay, so online payment processing technologies is something that you're not thinking of every day, but I'll tell you a bit more in a second. Maybe it's not the phone. Yeah, this is it. Okay, today's agenda is actually really short. I would like to stress more on the Q&A section. More interactive. Who am I? What do I do? Brief intro to Nuvei, because I understand that most of you don't know what Nuvei is. This is because it's a B2B company, most of all, so not something you stumble upon every day, although you might be using our services already without knowing. The technology stacks that we are using to build our products, and yeah, some fintech overview. So, okay, who am I? What do I do? I am Kalin Mikhailov. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for having me. I am a backend software development manager in Nuvei. I have around 50 people working in different teams reporting to me, pretty much as many as you are today, maybe a bit more. So I started my career in 1998. It was, again, 3,000 years ago. The lava was still hot, Java wasn't fully written yet. So anyway, we were a bunch of first grade students. We got hired by a Bulgarian company at the time. We were challenged to do a Java application server, which sounded great at the time. I still remember it. And yeah, this big company, SAP, I don't know how many of you know who is SAP, the third largest company in the world, the first in Europe. So they bought us. They bought a company of 60 students and 3 graduates. So yeah, the challenge was huge, but we kind of made it. So of course, after this, it was the time for a new challenge. Nuvei in 2007 was a startup. Actually, shortly after PayPal, I would say. Nuvei started in 2004 and in Bulgaria in 2007. So we had to build online payment processing, something very new for the time. And yeah, we did it. I did it, my team did it. But it was time for other startups after that, because I like to be challenged every time. Yeah, in between I even tried to build my own company. It was not a great success, it was in gaming technologies. But anyway, startup to startup, Nuvei reached to me again with the next challenge. They had become, from a startup, a large international corporation, and they needed someone to scale it up to the challenge. I'll tell you a bit more what the challenge was a bit later. Now my personal interests are in quantum physics, quantum computing, and everything around space, like space travel,
By the way, sorry, can you try and use the mics? Do we have mics? We don't know. They're using the mics. People with logic can't hear.
Okay, better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, as I said, Nuve is a Canadian company headquartered in Montreal, Canada. We have development labs in both the Americas and in Europe, and also in Israel, which is Asia, I think, still. So yeah, multiple tech stacks, pretty much as every multinational IT company. We are working with .NET technologies, Java technologies, PHP, Python, whatever you can think of. We cover. Our products are actually separated into a few groups: front-end apps, back-end apps, which is not the computer term for front-end and back-end. Front-end are the apps that are turned towards the everyday customer, me and you. And back-end apps are those who are used for communication between financial institutions. Usually they are not allowed to be on the internet, so they communicate in a more shady way, so to say. Okay, crypto, of course, we are there as well as a portfolio, but we are not doing like crypto exchanges or everything related to crypto. We just facilitate payments from standard fiat money to crypto. Online processing is pretty much every time that you pay on the internet or transfer money, this is online processing. So I'll tell a few more words about online processing. So pretty much you buy something on your favorite site, I don't know, Amazon maybe, and when you click purchase, what happens is that you are redirected to a place that you enter your credit card number. Usually this is our page, even if it looks like it is Amazon's. So we take your credit card number and give it to our payment gateway. Then the payment gateway goes to the bank issuer of your card and pretty much asks to transfer the money from your bank account to the one of the merchant. And the bank gives us an answer, yes, this is okay, or no, this is not okay, for whatever reason. And then we redirect your browser to a success or failure page. Simple as that. This is all about online processing. And then there are the card-present transactions that are also becoming online lately, but what they mean, every time you pull money from the ATM, for example, this is a card-present transaction. Every time you pay on a POS terminal, this is again a card-present transaction, so to say. I won't get too much in the details, so let's go. These are our products, or most of our products. As you can see, we have quite a portfolio on the fintech itself. In terms of payment processing, we are the third largest company in the world in terms of volumes. To give you, better numbers, we are processing in between 100 and 1,000 financial transactions every second. So you may do the math, it's a lot of money moving around. Yeah, this particular product, the cashier, this is my product, so I put it most up left, of course. And yeah, I already told you how it works. This is a page that the merchant would embed into their web store so he can collect the money out of us, all of us. Okay. If, by the way, you have any questions related to any of the products, you can ask me in the Q&A section, but I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory by their names. So yeah, about the Java tech stacks that we are using, you can see two of them, but I will start somewhat unorthodox for the most part. These are the pillars of our industry, the most important parts of the software we develop. So pretty much security is concern number one, or in computer terms, concern number 0. Nothing is bigger than security. So we have quite a team that enforces security principles, security software, synchronizes different hacker groups that are trying to penetrate our premises from within, from outside. And this is done every single month, this drill. Why we are so crazy about security? Because this is our business, guys. If your data, your payment data goes out, we are effectively out of business. This is all we do. So everything that we design, everything that we test, everything that we do, always concern number 0 is security. And then, of course, availability. Now, 24/7 may seem good for you, but it is not enough for us. Availability is measured in percentage. In our case, it is 99.996%. I can tell you the last digit is the most expensive ones. We invested probably 100 millions into it. And I'll tell you what is the issue there. Now, with 1,000 transactions every second from everywhere in the world, you understand that we cannot be off. I mean, if we are on in, let's say, Europe and Asia, but you cannot reach us from US, we're still off. We're losing money. So, availability is the next concern. Everything that we design should be available all the time, everywhere. And of course, naturally, from availability comes scalability. You have to be able to run multiple copies of your software so they can, fulfill the demand. And then, yeah, pretty much you can see what we started on here on the left. It's a quite old group of frameworks, I may admit, but it was quite new for 2007. Of course, gradually over time, we moved to more modern and cloud-native technologies, such as Mongo, Spring Boot, Kafka, Kubernetes, and Docker, of course. But I have one thing to say here, because I see a lot of people usually that don't want to deal with old technologies. Sometimes you have to step on something old, something proven and tested in order to be able to jump to the next foundational step of technologies. So if they're still working and there is a good support for them, don't overlook them, please. Okay. So some fintech overview here. What is fintech? It's the technology behind the financial world. But it is more common that technology is moving the financial world than the other way around. And I just put some examples here for you guys in case you're curious. The first fintech was actually the electrical telegraph that enabled people to move money. electrically, not electronically yet. So I think you all know Western Union, right? For money transfers. Well, it was a telegraph company, actually. And they invented something that we all now know as wire transfers. Very easy model. You pay some money at one office, they dial the other office and pay the payee from their cash register. Still works like this. Think about Revolut. Okay, then the credit card. 1950, it was only for selected individuals that were well known to be rich and to be able to afford a credit line in some restaurants. So they found Diners Club. Then the banks found out that this is actually a very good idea and decided to make what we now know as a credit card. Okay, this next example is the ACH. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Automated Clearing House. This was a British idea, so this is BUCS, British Automatic Clearing System, in April 1968. They invented the first data-driven transfers, meaning that you're not only sending money, but you could also withdraw money. You can put some instructions to the other bank, and fundamentally they made a communication system for in between banks. By the way, it's still very much alive and used. Then enough about the banks. Let's go in another place. I think you all love stock exchanges, but probably you never thought how they communicate. Communication there is crucial because if one stock exchange is slower than the others, then speculation is possible. So yeah, this is where the fiber optics came. The reason that we have very good internet is not because everyone wants you to be able to watch Netflix, no, because they want to have zero latency in between the stock exchanges. So this is what fiber optics brings to the market, very, very low latency. Okay, so next project is Starlink, really, by SpaceX. The reason why it was found was because it was promised that it will be faster than fiber optics. And there is a good reason for that, because the speed of light in fiber optics is only 2/3 of the speed in vacuum. So that's the promise, but we don't know still if it will fulfill it. Okay, and future projects for pushing fintech, as the colleague before me already said, it's the AI, neural networks, and the quantum computing. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. And that's
Thank you, Mr. Mikhail, for everything you said. And we will be continuing after our next break. And see you soon at 4 p.m.
What questions?
The questions?
Are there any questions?
Yes, there's one question.
Can I ask a question? Sure. What's number one financial advice you can give to young entrepreneurs?
well, maybe don't take money from banks because they don't like risks. Rather, take money from people who do technology investments, Why technology investments? Because they're the riskiest. They would invest in anything with lower risk, I would say. But yeah, guys, most important about starting something of your own is to, fight a real problem. Why did Revolut made a success and crypto didn't? Because Revolut is solving an everyday problem. You can very easily send money to your peers. And with crypto, there is not a real problem to solve there. We have cash for anonymous money transfers, so to say.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
In your security, do you use any AI models that are related to fraud detection or anything?
Yeah, actually, that's quite of a big question. There is a project that I'm trying personally to push through the company. There is a great potential of neural network that can be very rapidly taught. The model can be taught rapidly if you use quantum computing in the middle. So this is my next idea that I want to promote, to make a model that will be able to predict between 80 and 90% of the fraud.
Now, do you convince clients to work with your company, if they're not someone else?
Well, actually, this is more for the marketing department, not for me. But yeah, there are a few competitive advantages. Of course, pricing is one of them. Pricing in volume, always. And the ecosystem, that you have everything with one integration. We have like 700 out of the 2,000 possible payment methods in the world. So we have a lot of them.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned in the beginning that you use PHP. How do you use PHP in your company? Maybe only for the website, or?
Actually, you will be surprised. Many of our reporting software is PHP based, and also the card issuing software is PHP based. Pretty much, we are using it a lot for prototyping because it is still very good for creating fast prototypes. And yeah, we use it on the websites as well.
Sorry, one question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you utilize RabbitMQ to?
Right, RabbitMQ versus Kafka. This is one of my favorite questions, actually. Well, RabbitMQ, as Kafka, is a message processor, but it has one capability that actually we need. Sometimes you need to send a message synchronously to a particular peer and wait until the peer answers you. This is pretty much what a transaction is.
So this holds your whole entire, RabbitMQ holds your whole entire infrastructure.
Not really the entire infrastructure, but a big part of it, because not everything is transactional with us.
I have a question. You said that if a transaction doesn't go through, it's basically a failure for the company. I wonder, is there such an example which you can give for a transaction that didn't go through? And how do you manage this problem?
Yeah, there are plenty not going through transaction even as we speak, I'm sure. But we are using two techniques. One is cascading, meaning that we are trying to direct it through a different bank. Let's say if this bank said that they have a technical problem, maybe the other bank won't have this technical problem. Or maybe if all the banks that we are processing with have a problem, we will try with the card network, Visa or MasterCard in this case. And cascading is one technique. The other technique is called decline recovery. And it uses the end user. So we give you a message, you know what, your transaction wasn't successful, but you can retry with another payment method, or you can try with installments, or you can try with credit. Pretty much we do everything to not lose the clients of our clients.
I guess when it comes to the cascading method, how do you decide which bank you'll first try with?
Oh, it's a very complex rule engine, and part of it has also AI that measures the weight of all the previous paths that it took, and part of it is regulation, and part of it is human interaction, of course. So it's a rule engine, basically.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask you, because you said you have a personal interest in quantum physics, in space exploration, and then you went a little bit into the physics of fiber optics. Do you think the future of the fintech industry relies on more people with a background or at least an interest in physics?
Oh, I'll answer you in a quantum way, yes and no. Physics actually drives a lot, most of the technology that you think of, and all technology related stuff, there's always a physicist there that invented it 1,000 years ago, and we're just engineering on top of it. So yeah, there will be a lot of physicists, and no, because they cannot do all the work themselves.
Thank you.
You said that you did the share part of the company. Was it your idea how you managed to implement it? Can you elaborate more on that?
No, it wasn't my idea. It was the idea of the founder. Actually, it became as a very small pet project. The founder of the company came to me and said, listen, we have a payment gateway, but we need some public payment page so the merchants can easily integrate with it, because the payment gateway shouldn't be open to them. And yeah, I think it took us maybe 6 months to build the first version, and then another 3 months to build the recurring payments module. And yeah, from there on, we developed quite a few more applications. But it started as a really, really small project. We were 5, I think, 5 guys. Now we are 350 in Bulgaria and around, I don't know, 3,000 in the world. Yeah, so it grows up.
I have a question.
Sure.
Being in a company that manages transactions, uses striving, user usability and security, what would you say, what's your opinion on blockchain payments?
Well, actually, I'll give you the opinion of one research that I read while I was working on a project for JP Morgan. As opposed to what the media says, actually all the financial institutions wanted to employ crypto. There's a good reason for that, but there is also a very big obstacle there. Now, in the payment industry, we make something like, I don't know, 10 billion transactions per day as a whole. And the crypto has a technical limitation, or at least from what I read in 2019, the limitation was around 100 million transactions per day. So I should say crypto is just slow. For now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mihailov, for the wonderful talk. And we're going to be back in 20 minutes at 4. Thank you. Welcome back yet again.
And now, coming to the stage, we have I Grow Younger. They are an inspiring self-help blog dedicated to personal growth, offering insights from philosophy, psychology, economics, and career development.
Our next speaker, who's coming up right now, has had a very interesting observation. I think you can read it from his t-shirt. Things are not as they seem to be. So please everyone, welcome Kalin Karakakayov.
Slides? Hi everyone, I'm Kalin. 10 years ago I founded a startup that's doing pretty well, but that's not what we're going to talk about today. We'll talk about how things are never as they seem to be. I made my first business talk about 8 years ago, where basically I talked to about 100 people in my niche, my profession SEO, about how to turn less money into more money in excruciating detail. Basically it was a money printing blueprint, but from 100 people, only one person did it partially. So I started asking a lot of questions about what brings human into action and why people want to earn money, but they don't do it, even if it's very easy, and especially if it's very easy. And the main reason was that they couldn't take this story, which was mine, and make it theirs. And it resulted in very low motivation. My story, though, continued into a very weird business. So, we have no product or service as a start. We just do nasty arbitrage, let's say, put it this way. It's kind of in the SEO industry, which means ranking sites for Google, but my personal record is the worst, the absolute worst from every single SEO professional or non-professional in the world. In SEO, it's most important to rank your websites and not get them penalized by Google. And in the last 10 years, I have 0 ranked websites, and I have 1,500 or more penalized by Google, some more than once. But in spite of that, we somehow have, as a company, web traffic of 23 million per month, unique visitors, and we have sold more than 20 million worth of domains and links, with our most common product being sold at 17x margin. So if the average buy price was 100, the average sale price was 1,700. And this is not some fringe thing, this is our main product, the domains with links that we sell to the SEO industry. And we're doing all of this sales with no ongoing support, because I so much didn't want to get annoyed by clients calling me on a Sunday afternoon that I created a business model that every transaction is a one-time transaction, so 0 subscriptions. And also, all of this journey, lots of fun, 0 burnout, and basically there's an annoying customer here and there, but we are happy with our colleagues, we are a 110 people team, with our customers. And how did all of this happen? Psychology. The main reason was psychology and overcoming internal barriers, of course, in myself, as I'm the leader of the business. But also, very important, I aimed very high, not in terms of we were going to be a unicorn or something like this, but in terms of we're going to make the most money with the least effort, with the most joy, with the least annoyance. And this is something absolutely worth fighting for. For these 10, even more years of developing this project, I haven't set up a single goal zero goals. It was all a slow move upwards of the scale, of the money we make, of the amount of people in the company. We never set a single goal, and this leads me to the conclusion that goals are absolutely useless. And we never had any specific expectations, and we made a lot of mistakes, and we tried to not have any regrets for them, and largely succeeded. So don't think that this was all right decisions all along. No, in the first 2 years we had a completely wrong business model. Then we spent a few years learning about how our industry works, and then we figured that we had become a sales company, but had free sales from 80 people. So yeah, tons of mistakes. But all the time we were in what I call hunter mode, which means doing things very, very fast and not thinking about what you're doing. Just let your feel guide you and doing them fast. And if you have the observation that in your life sometimes things are going very well, very smoothly, you're advancing at a rapid pace, and then you go into these meh periods where things are not really working out, the reason is that when you do a hunter move, even if it's something as small as running for the bus to catch it on the stop, then you send your chemical signals in the body, the hormones that are produced in different situations, you send yourself the signal that you can do things, that you're fast, that you're capable, and then the next move is also a hunter move. The next move is also a hunter move. But when you start overthinking and not doing anything, then you get stuck into a cycle of sheep moves, as they call them, but they're mostly just inactions and sitting in one place. So, how can you benefit from any of this? How can this story become your story? So you can earn the most money with the least effort, the most joy, the least annoyance. And the answer is, there's no way. Because it's very hard to take someone else's story and make it your own. No words can make you succeed. We need you to do some action. So what are the actions that I can give you in a 30-minute talk? How does positive change happen in the lives of people at all? Like, if we want to introduce some positive change in your life, how does this work? So I have a model. It's confirmed by professional psychologists, and I warn you, it's highly scientific. It's called the bag of locks. So, you're going in your life with a bag, and inside the bag, which you cannot see what's inside, is just a lot of locks. This represents all of your fears, barriers, and everything inside that's holding you back. Life is putting keys in the bag, and you can also proactively put keys, like go to therapy and hire a coach, or have a mentor or something, and everyone who thinks you good or bad, or just random interaction, everything is keys going into the bag. And you're shaking the bag, and you're hoping that randomly a key enters a lock. This includes the most strategic processes you can do in life, like therapy and everything. Everything works this way. Even the therapist can only give you a bit better keys. But you have to shake the bag, and there's a lot of chance involved. So if we look at this equation, this model, what can I help you the most with? I can give you some keys now, but there will be a very tiny amount compared to the keys that life gives you all day, every day. So not really with the keys, although I'll try. I cannot look inside your bag, neither can you. It's too complicated, too random. And the thing that I can help you most is with the shaking process. If I make you shake the bag 10 times as fast, 10 times more keys will enter a lock at random. So this is something that we're going to talk about, how to shake the bag more and in a more beneficial way. As I warned you, this is highly scientific. No professional psychologist has ever said for this model that's incorrect. So, what is the equation of change? We have some desired improvement, and we have motivation times opportunity. The more opportunities you have, the better, and the more motivation you have, the more you take the opportunities. The problem with this equation is that it's not entirely correct, and it's also not in your favor. Because your motivation is not as high as you think, because the spectrum of motivation is almost infinite. If you think you're motivated today, you can be 10 times as motivated. You can be 50 times as motivated. As I see this room, a very small percentage of you have laptops on which you're actually working on your dream project right now, which means that everyone without a laptop here is at best averagely motivated. So you can seem very motivated, but keep in mind that when you are averagely motivated, you have a lot of excuses about not to be really motivated, and these excuses lead you to come to talks like this and listen to me instead of working on a project. Yeah, you have to be very honest with yourself about this. It's not a problem. Never feel guilty in any way about not being actually super motivated, because it is something that you cannot force, you cannot generate it. So this equation is not in your favor because you don't have any control over the first part. You can control a lot of the second part, seek opportunities, but if your motivation is average and the competition has some crazy guy with 30x motivation, they will just blow you out of the water. So what can we do about motivation? The good thing is that actually the equation looks like this. Motivation times opportunity times something secret, which we'll reveal later. But I'll tell you the most important thing. The secret thing directly affects the motivation. Let's talk a bit about the easiest part, the opportunity. The world is, spoiler alert, full of opportunities. And the problem is that it's too messy and there's way too much bullshit in the world. Way too much. And you need to learn how to spot the bullshit and somehow live your life without any bullshit in it. And every time that bullshit comes from the outside world to you, somehow to block it and keep a clear head about what is actually going on, because things are never as they seem to be. And there's a way for this. It's slow, but it's very effective. I call it the Grothendieck's way, named after Alexander Grothendieck, very famous mathematician. Probably the most genius mathematician ever to be alive. He had a very specific approach to mathematics. As you know, in science, things work as in building a pyramid. Newton said, I step on the shoulders of giants, and so on. Science advances, everyone makes some discoveries, contributes them to the common body of knowledge, and then the next person makes a discovery based on the previous one, and everything gets better, closer to the truth, more complex, using the scientific method. However, this assumes that humans are perfect and rational, which of course they are not. And the reality is that many of the world's systems are built by humans in a way that everyone trying to suck more money, resources, attention, and every single other currency in the world for themselves, which means that the systems are a bit biased, twisted, and sometimes just outright wrong as to the goal they are trying to achieve. Or as we tell in Bulgarian, seki drpa čergat kan sebe si. This is exactly how the current world is formed. Everyone was saying that they are Naigulemia and acted upon this. And so the ones that were powerful and acted in this way actually twisted, created a bias in the system they were a part of forming. So, in such a case, the Grothendieck's way is extremely valuable because Grothendieck entered the world of mathematics. Interesting fact, his parents were anarchists, so he didn't believe in existing structures, like through his upbringing. And he entered the world of mathematics, and he looked at the world of genius, hundreds and thousands of genius mathematics before him, and he said, not all of this feels right. My intuition tells me that we can have better structures. And since his areas of mathematics are so complex that I have zero understanding of them, I can tell you, like, in popular language, what Grothendieck did. They say, people familiar with his work, say about him that while the other mathematicians were trying to climb Mount Everest by exploring different routes and getting a bit higher and a bit higher and with a lot of incremental progress, Grothendieck was instead just inventing the aeroplane so he can parachute on the top. So totally different system. And the thing is that once you do this, you can parachute on top of every peak, not just Mount Everest. While the mathematicians will have to repeat their tedious approach peak by peak, Grothendieck just solves everything in one go. Of course, this is hard, but it is doable because the systems are imperfect, even in science. And this is the central principle of Grothendieck. When you're forced to work with an inadequate structure, create your own. Structure is at the basis of everything, of the understanding of everything, and also of ourselves, because our brain works with patterns which are structured. All of the neural connections in your brain, it's all structured, that's all there is. So, the existing structures, they suck. Built by imperfect people, governed by imperfect systems, with twisted incentives, and things are not as they seem to be. Grothendieck's way, if done right, better reflects reality, can be intuitive because it comes from intuition. If you don't have intuition, you cannot build a parallel structure, you're just completely lost. But if you have intuition, you can try. It's very fundamental, and others can work on top of this actually. Many of Grothendieck's biggest achievements were achieved by his students in mathematics. So he built a structure that it was very complex at first, and people didn't really realize what it was good for, but when they tried using it solving problems, they realized that it was actually much better, that everything just simply fell into place once you put the right structure, the right feel about how things work. So, psychology. How can we implement Grothendieck's way to psychology? The problem is that psychology is a science, but it deals with our inner world, which is something quite subjective. Why? Because if you think you feel better, you actually feel better. There's a lot of fake it till you make it things in psychology. If you think that your green tea cures depression, it does, because depression is feeling bad, and if you feel cured of depression, you are cured of depression. That's all there is. So, psychology is a bit different than physical health, and it's a bit different than the other sciences because of this subjective nature. However, the whole structure of science doesn't like subjective matter and tries to describe thinking the usual objective scientific way, which in psychology leads to a lot of different areas of psychology saying the same things with different names, and everyone is still pulling the rug to themselves, like trying to be the best, and it leads to a mess. How can we get out of this mess and really understand ourselves and understand the other people and psychology? The only way is intuition. Thinking is extremely overrated. So, the logical thinking part of the brain is like several millions years old. The one that is about prediction and planning and all of this stuff. It's of course the unique advantage of humans over animals, but the truth is that intuition is actually much more powerful, because intuition is evolutionary hundreds of millions of years old, and evolution is about things getting better in time. So the intuition is extremely powerful, while our logical brain is like a small imperfect baby compared to the wisdom of intuition. The thing is, however, that in order for intuition to work, you have to train it, practice it, and trust it, and be absolutely fine with you making decisions without knowing why. Because this is what intuition is. It's some feeling, it drives you towards a decision, but you have no idea where it comes from. It's just, it's like a whisper. And it can very easily be confused with other emotions like fear, which can also be very similar. But intuition is all about experience, data points. It requires no extra effort. That's very important. Life already gives you data points, so you have everything that's needed for intuition, but it needs time to form and it needs space. If you just shove it into a corner of your brain and never use it, of course it would not develop. Where does thinking fail? Where does thinking fail in the most important thing that is building intuition? Mostly when certain words are used. This is completely my theory. I've never read anything like this, so feel free to judge it if I'm right and wrong. But here's the theory. There are certain words that are detrimental to language. Why? Because when language evolved, prehistoric time, Stone Age, life was very simple. There was a bison, which is an object, and there was a category like food or clothes. So every word was more or less either an object or a category. It could be something subjective, but it more or less fell into this structure. But today we have words that are, let's call them centers. Words like business, work. Words that are connected to like thousands of different concepts. But the the language center of the brain never had time to evolve for this change, because this is an extremely recent change. So what happens when you hear the words like work or business? The brain's most important task is not to go crazy. If it wasn't like that, you would go crazy every minute. So the most important task of the brain is to not go crazy. And the brain has a lot of defense mechanisms, so no thoughts or patterns or firing neurons can make it go crazy. And one of the things that can drive you crazy is overload. If you're overloaded with brain activity, you can go crazy. So the brain has a lot of defense mechanisms against overloading. And what happens when you hear the word business? Business is so many things at once, and this micro center for the word business in the brain is so connected that when you hear the word business, these neurons fire, there's a risk of overload. And I believe that the defense system of the brain just shuts this micro process down so as not to cause overload. And this is subconscious, you don't feel it, but try to think about, do these words actually contribute to your intuition? Can you have, like, when a friend comes at you and says, how was work? You're much more likely to give a very shallow answer, like fine, instead of going to the details, like, like my boss is lousy, but the money are good. How often do you give detailed answers to this? How often do you give deep answers? Very rarely. This is the observation that led me to this theory. And also, another observation is that people are extremely rational about the cornerstone things in life, things like money, business, work, job, and also about some others that are really also very overloaded. And if this is true, and I strongly believe it's true, then the main problem with developing our intuition is actually the language. Because how to develop an intuition about business if every time you hear the word business, the process in your brain restarts? There's no room for death. And I believe that this also applies to money. With money, it's a bit different, because we are all very used to money and have some intuitive view of it. However, the word money is in the language center of the brain, and money as a quantity is somewhere completely different, where we deal with numbers and quantities. So with money, I believe there's also such a mismatch, and you should consciously, very consciously differentiate between saying words like money, words like a lot of money, and words like $10 million. Because all of these trigger different things in your brain and are not interchangeable. Very important, not interchangeable. Successful people never talk about a lot of money. They always try to build their intuition by saying specific amounts. They're trying to guess how much a company is worth, how much it's making, what's the revenue, what are the profits, how many people it employs. All of the metrics they try to guess and have an exact number, and never use these loose quantities. Only unsuccessful people use loose quantities of money or other business-related things and assets in their conversations. Successful people are extremely specific. So, now that we know at least part of the problem, what are the solutions? What is I Grow Younger? It's a framework for building your intuition. So if other self-help is meant to just you read it and you feel some change, and maybe it sticks, but maybe it doesn't, but things happen fast, but it's not really effective. The goal of I Grow Younger is that in the first half a year or 1 year after reading our 800 words of content, you will not feel a significant change in your life. But there will be seeds for your intuition, and then your next experiences that life brings you will be different. You will react to them differently, and the intuition that will be formed there will have a framework to really start building some intuitive structure. And this is really something missing in the modern world, because all the systems are imperfect, we're overloaded with information, we're overloaded with structures and with myths that are just wrong or very inaccurate. So here we're striving for a long-term intuitive truth without pressure, without rushing, and we redefine a lot of stuff. Whenever we encounter a trap word, like business or job or work, we deconstruct it, and we, for example, we say that work is just 6 or 7 flows between you and your employee. There's a flow of money, but there's also a flow of appreciation, and there's a flow of education and training and experience, and there are a lot of flows going back and forth. And this is what really work is. But when you say the word work, you don't imagine it as a flow. So the thing is that your brain probably just locks and the depth is lost. And you already have the data point, so there will be no extra effort once you get to the right framework. You already have all the basics for building intuition. And what are the driving forces that make you the person that you are? There are biology, genes, evolution, and there's upbringing. Biology leads to some problems like us caring too much what other people think, which is completely biological, but also upbringing brings a lot of myths and stories into our lives, and they are mostly wrong. So this is where you can get the most benefit. Unlearning. This is why it's called I Grow Younger, because it's about unlearning, going to your younger state where you are not overloaded with wrong concepts. There are a few pillars to build this framework. Unconditional self-love. Like, if you're ever mean to yourself, you're just losing. It's a net loss to be mean to yourself in every possible situation. So this is a no-brainer. If you're wondering how to do it, you have to detach your life completely from the principle that things are deserved. The people who have problems with self-love are the people who think that they should deserve it, that they should perform better, something like this. Like, if you completely disconnect from this shit, from the performance, the deserving, then self-love starts to form on its own because it's a natural flow, but these are the things that get in the way. We segment everything into game of self and game of life. Game of self, everything in your head. Subjective. Game of life, everything around, objective. In the game of life, you fight for resources, and in this fight it's very important to know the truth because things are never as they seem to be. In the game of self, the goal is to somehow be in the better state all the time, have self-love and have the other main flows like empathy, compassion, meaning, all of those things that you cannot really generate, but they come to your life if you just leave them the space and give them the time. We have the hunter mode and sheep mode, which we already talked about, and it's very important that everything that you analyze in life, you analyze it over time and how it changes. Snapshots are an illusion. There's no such thing as a moment in time. It just doesn't exist. It's a simplification that is wrong. Everything moves in time, and the way it moves in time is usually its most important characteristic. Of course, this makes it more complex for your brain, and you need specific intuition about time. How do we measure success in this system? Do we measure it with money? No, because money is not really important, and you can also always earn money. It's easy. You need something that there's no ceiling, that you can forever strive for. And happiness is a better candidate, but happiness has a genetic component, and we don't want to measure success in anything that has a genetic component. Happiness is very subjective, and when you think and try to measure how happy you are, you actually become less happy, so it doesn't really work. So we measure it in long-term freedom, which is exactly what it sounds like. How many things can I do in 1 year, in 2 years, in 5 years, and how to increase it, so how can I do more things. And let's see the spectrum of long-term freedom. At the minimum, you're dead. You have one option, stay dead. So, very low long-term freedom. Then, at the low part, you have health problems and other constraints, or you are a slave somewhere where slavery still exists, unfortunately. And then you become like, with average freedom, work somewhere, a job, you try to earn money, And then at the higher stages, you become an entrepreneur. You're now independent of your boss, and you can take care of yourself, then of yourself and your family, and then you can start take caring of other people. But the top of the long-term freedom is infinite. Can you erase factory farming from the world or stop all wars? No, neither can the president of America or of China. They have 10% freedom actually. So the long-term freedom spectrum is extremely long, and all of the humans are still at the very, very start. So this is something that you can strive for infinitely. And you need something like this in your life, because if you achieve your ultimate goal in life, you won't know what to do with your life, which is that. So you need something infinite to strive for. And the secret that we'll review at the end, that was the part of the equation with the motivation. The game of life is an extremely easy thing. It's all about resources. You just have to acquire resources. You have to be able to evaluate resources. People are bad at this, so you compete with people who don't know what they're doing. And the bar has never been so low, because we now have the internet and all digital assets like websites, domain names, social media profiles, and all of this. And they're just an endless game of resources like money, attention, trust, client databases, so information, and all of this. So you can just trade with this and earn a ton of money. It's extremely easy. For example, once I bid $30 for a domain, it earned $157,000. Turned out one person had a website about downloading gray hat apps for the Google Play Store. So apps that are not on the official store. There are some pirate websites where you can download. And this person had the download link of all of the apps with the entire website, sending the traffic to me. And for 14 months, he didn't change the link, bringing me my company, not me personally, $150,000 because of a person too lazy to change a single link on the internet. So when I tell you that people are irrational and that systems are broken, remember this. Almost 1,000,000% return on investment, not quite, but almost. People don't know what they're doing. They're just faking it. If you think that you're having it, if you think that you're having it hard or don't know what's going on, don't worry. It's in everyone else's head. People are irrational. Irrational people build broken systems. And in the game of life, you take advantage of broken systems, which is absolutely ethical, because if you don't, no one will fix them. So, what is SEO? My main profession. SEO is, of course, not what it seems to be. SEO is ranking websites in Google. So you do some manipulation in Google, a website ranks, gets traffic, and earns money. And SEO has 3 advantages and 4 drawbacks that are also actually advantages. This is why I do it. So it has high demand. There's a lot of need for SEO on the internet. It's something new, still growing, and low supply, because it's not typically taught in universities. There's no clear career path. Most people end in the SEO industry by accident. You can start with tiny capital in SEO, and by tiny I mean 3-figure capital, like $200. You can buy a domain with $150, make a website with $50 investment, then sell some links, and then make your 200 into, let's say, 1,000. With 1,000, you buy more domains, more websites. Then you transition from link selling into ranking something, and in the end, you can make $1 million starting with $200 and time. Why? We'll see. SEO is comparatively stable over time, much better than things like crypto. Of course, it's not as stable as some other areas, but for the digital world, it's more or less stable. And then we get to the drawbacks. SEO is quite boring. Basically, you do just content and links and boring technical stuff all day. But this is good, because when it's boring, no one wants to do it, which makes it even more richer as an industry. Its details are uncertain. You often don't know what is going on. Google changes its algorithm several times a day and tries to really hide how it works, so you don't really know what's going on. So it's uncertain. There's no clear things that you can hang on and say, this at least I know it's true. In SEO, there's almost nothing like this. So this is very uncomfortable psychologically. So what happens? People don't like it, and there's even more money in it. There's no feedback or validation. You do 3 things on your website, it goes a bit up, then a lot down. What caused what? No idea. Are you good or bad? No idea. So, extremely uncomfortable. Especially for women, by the way. SEO is one of the areas with the largest gender disparity. In some areas, some types of SEO is like 90% male, 10% female. Main reason? Women dislike this specific psychological things about not having like any ground points, and the good SEO has said like fuck it a long time ago, and there's no other way to work with a normal psychology in this. And it's also grey hat. It's legal, but it seems kind of borderline legal, although it's absolutely legal, which also excludes a lot of super moral people who will never touch anything that seems even like a tiny bit illegal. So, SEO, like a marketing channel, you can read all over the internet. It is something like this. You have content, links, strong brand, which includes like other marketing, so people search your brand in Google, that's a very good signal, and getting your technical details right. There's more than 100 factors, and it's basically a technical field as a marketing channel. But this is actually false, because the truth is that SEO is this. Google is not a search engine, it's an advertising company, because the search is free and the money comes from advertising, so they're an advertising company with a search engine on the side. This is the actual basics. And the search engine on the side, as a byproduct of Google's main business, which is advertising, just throws $150 billion into the digital world every year in terms of free, absolutely free search traffic. This is, again, a byproduct. So that's not really an industry. The value is, you don't have to create the value. In most industries, let's say you have to get some wood from the forest and build furniture, you create value by creating furniture from the wood. In SEO, the value is already there. So there's no value creation, it's a zero-sum game, and you earn as much as you get. Which means that SEO has 2 modes, let's say. If you fail when someone is giving your industry $150 billion via free value, and people dislike it because of 4 different psychological factors, then you failed because you have something within you that's stopping you from success. It's just a no-brainer. So failed SEO is therapy, free of charge. Successful SEO is plundering. It's not an industry, it's plundering, because the value is already there, you just have to plunder it. And what is the actual model of SEO? If Grothendieck were to analyze SEO, what is the model that he would do? So bypass all the bullshit, all of the things that present SEO as a marketing channel. What is the actual model of SEO? Well, the truth is that the $150 billion a year, we can say that these are treasures. And we can say that we are ourselves pirates, not digital pirates, actual pirates with ships. And we're searching for treasures, along with all other SEOs. When we rank something, it's like earning money, finding a treasure. And when we get the treasure with the ship, it goes directly into our bank account. And we don't have to create the treasures, they're already there. And what can Google do to stop us? They can only attack the ships, not the treasures, because it's legal, and not us, because we can always build new ships. So it's like a piracy thing, like in the Pirates of the Caribbean, but the Royal Navy cannot kill you, and can you take the gold, can only burn the ships, and you can always use the gold to buy and build new ships. So Google is playing a losing game here, because they can only hit the ships, and you can hit them more if you have more smaller ships. Because if you have one huge ship, like one very huge powerful website, it can generate a lot of money, but if something happens and Google penalizes it, then you lose the ship, and you lose like your entire fleet in this big ship. But if you have like 10,000 canoes and use them to get a little bit of gold from everywhere, then Google, if they don't know that the entire fleet of canoes is yours, cannot like separate them from all of the canoes on the internet, then they cannot stop you. And it only gets better. Because you have free launch 1, which is that when you publish AI content, it ranks somewhere and it's now almost free. So content is free, it ranks, which means that basically the wood for your canoes is free. And even better, free lunch too. So when website A, canoe A, links website B, canoe B, the link is a recommendation for Google, which means that website B starts ranking higher, takes value. The interesting thing is that website A doesn't lose anything. It's not like website A takes the value and gives it to website B. It's like website A has some value, and when it gives it to website B, it doesn't lose it. It can also give it to website C, website D, at least 10 websites without the value starting diminishing. So this means that placing the links on the internet in terms of SEO is literally like printing money. This is not a clickbait title, this is literally the best analogy. You know, when you go to a bank and they give you a loan, the money pool expands. It's literally the same thing when placing links. So, if you have this equation here, the plundering equation, websites, more websites, stronger websites, more links, and you create value. This is how you maximize opportunity in SEO, and SEO is an industry which has $150 billion of free value annually, which means that this is basically maximizing every business that I know. So, what do we do after we know this? Scale. Font 96, the biggest one that PowerPoint has. And how do we scale? Low quality. The equation says that we should go low quality. Just have the cheapest canoes possible because Google can hit them in any moment, which means that you don't want to invest a lot in the quality. As long as it can bring some gold and it's cheap, it works. And it still gets better. Of course, we scale for money with minimal risk. And you can also sell links. So basically, you can use your canoes to transport other people's gold. And you take a cut, which completely breaks the equation. So there's a market for links, which is between $5 and $10 billion a year. It's a serious market. You can use your website to sell the links. And this breaks all the equations. And now you are going, not to infinity, but your ceiling is $150 billion a year. So this is what our company does. We take domains and we sell them to people who do the canoe thing. And as you know, I'm a failed SEO, the worst record ever, but since I have an intuitive understanding of the SEO industry, we are doing the plundering thing as part of the plundering equation. And as you see, it's not very complicated. You understood it in like 15 minutes. Because we did the Grothendieck way. We took something that everyone will say to you, oh, SEO is profitable, but extremely complex. No, it's not. That's all there is. If you know this, you don't need to know anything else. The rest you can learn on the go. You only need to start. Plundering doesn't need expertise. Everyone knows what plundering is. So, what, the most important questions, what is the thing that prevents you or other people that want to be wealthy with minimum effort, with maximum joy, and with minimum annoyance to use this, to find it, to start? And it's all barriers. You have somewhere inside you barriers which will prevent you when you go home to Google this, search it, contact me, find YouTube videos or whatever, just start doing research and start doing this. And of course, you may have something that's better. You may want to, let's say, become a doctor and save lives, which is, of course, much more valuable for the world than that. But if you don't know what to do with your life, which I'm sure is plenty of you, earning money and freedom is a very good thing because it opens you the doors for the future, doing anything you want. And also, remember that on the long-term freedom scale, even the richest man in the world, like Bill Gates or Warren Buffett or Elon Musk or whatever, has about 2% freedom. what do we do with the barriers? Where do they come from? We remember this equation. Now it's time to reveal the secret. The secret is that your life is one whole, and every time you put a barrier between anything in your life or anything concerning the real world, but mostly everything within you. So the barrier between your studying, your work, your personal life, all the barriers in your time, all time blocking, and all of these things, but also everywhere where barriers come into you, like when you watch TikTok, and there's different videos, between every video there's an invisible barrier in time. And all of this are things holding you back. So basically, in order to be successful in business, you have to be successful in life, which is mostly about removing those barriers. Where do the barriers come from? So we have to again get 300 million years ago, evolution, first creatures with a brain. They had three main goals. I have to eat, I have to reproduce, and I have to not be eaten. Reproduction, different in different species, but eating and not being eaten is almost the same in every species. In order to eat, you have to find food, like locate it, put a rectangular box around it, search it, and destroy it, eat it, which requires focused planning and very logical approach. But in order to not be eaten, it requires to know your place in the world, have general awareness, have intuition about what's going on around you, even about when you're not seeing, when you're not looking, what can go wrong so you can get eaten. And a very interesting thing is that while you're eating, your prey can still be eaten at the same moment, which means that both systems have to work at the same time. And this is how the left and right hemisphere of your brain were born, evolutionary. The left one is about finding food and logic and planning, and later language, and numbers and all of this. And the right one is about intuition and knowing your place in the world. I'm almost ready. So, the strongest thing in I Grow Younger that we discovered is that the barriers in your life are coming from overusing your left half of the brain. And this happens because both parts in our evolution and development of human civilization played a large part, but the intuitive part, the right part of the brain, is very personally important, including to not have these barriers. And the left part, the logical part, is something that we as humans can accumulate into a common body of knowledge with a scientific method. So the left part of the brain is like something that we can use together. The right part is something that we can use alone. And since, as humanity, as a collective, we solved most of our left brain problems, we now need to focus a bit on the right brain, on the intuition. And why did I find these business opportunities which may seem like crazy to you? Because I had intuition. Intuition gives you the power to evaluate every possible opportunity at once, a bit like the quantum computers we talk about. So intuition works in a completely different way. And how to build your intuition? This is an article of 19,000 words on this subject with a lot of exercises. And this is the YouTube channel where you can subscribe, because there will be 7 hours of videos about this. 2 rules that will change your life to end with. No boxes unless temporarily needed for a process. The biggest problem, I guess with almost all of you, you have too many boxes in your life. Your phone is a box, TikTok is a box full of boxes, and there are just way too many boxes, which gives all the power to your left part of the brain and just submerges the intuitive part of the brain and really prevents you from building the intuition that you need for success and for everything good in life. Give flows the power. Boxes and flows are like fire and ice. If you have boxes, the flows cannot flow, and if you have strong flows, they destroy the boxes. And if you manage to destroy the boxes in your life and replace them with flows, not with other boxes, not with other patterns, not with other addictions, then you can achieve absolutely anything. I can tell you from personal experience. And this, because time is running out, we can talk about this later if you want to, but basically the forests and the popular forests are what you can do to generate flows in your life strategically, which is extremely hard because flows, like how do you create motivation? You can't. But there are things you can do in life that can help you do it in a workaround way. So we can talk about this later at the cocktail if you want. But in this article that I gave you and in the videos, there are more than 15 specific experience from my personal experience in life that seem like tiny things, but when I look back at them 15, 20 years, they are the things that changed my life. And they were not things connected to business, to money, to education, to jobs, to anything. So non-professional things changed my professional life completely. And it was, when I look at the common things, it was all about the flows. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions now or later?
No, no, yeah. Let
Okay.
me know.
Yeah. Yes?
Very early on in the presentation, when you started talking about hunter mode, I wanted to ask, how would you, when do you identify the point when you're no longer in hunter mode, but you're just tunnel visioning into something which is supposed to be negative?
Hunter and sheep modes are not in the brain, they are in the body. They're about, are you like open to the world and ready to face anything, or you're closing in and you're afraid. It's not in a brain thing. The brain thing is the boxes and flow thing. The hunter mode is felt in the body. It's about the hormones in the body.
Doesn't it take a brain to release the hormone?
Yes, of course, but you kind of feel it with your body more. So you can be more aware with your body. Of course, the brain releases the hormones, but I understand. The typical combinations are box thinking and sheep mode, or the other combination is flow thinking and hunter mode.
Okay, thank you.
Yes?
What is the quickest way to learn SEO if there is a one? I mean, if there is at least some quicker ways than other ways.
There are several different types of SEO, like client SEO as agency, but the plundering thing, you don't learn, you do. Like you just start and you learn on the go. If you start reading about SEO, you encounter the problem where people make things more complex than they really are in order to seem smart. So there's a lot of this problem in SEO. The thing is that SEO is extremely simple as a making money technique and very complex if you have a client and have to rank their website with low risk.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Karakakov. I'm sure everyone got taken by surprise by your lecture. It was very interesting, very extensive, and I think that all of you will need the 20-minute break that's coming now. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. I hope you successfully used the break from the last lecture. And we continue on with our last speaker today. And he, by the way, is independent speaker.
It's a great pleasure to have Martin Ilev with us today, who holds a special place in our very own club past. Martin is one of IMC's beloved former presidents and currently the Chief Finance Officer at Glycol Age. He will be taking us through the evolution of financial technologies. Let's give a round of applause for Martin.
Okay, guys, I guess we're using microphones as well. To give a brief intro, before I started doing biotechnology, I used to work in financial technology. So yeah, I guess that's what makes me qualified to kind of walk you through this magical journey here today. I guess you've heard a lot of very specific topics. I'm going to try to keep it a bit more broad, and let's say it's more of a broad overview. I'm guessing this is the clicker. Before we start, like a question to the audience: when you hear fintech, what do you imagine? Like, what's the first thing that pops into your head?
Online payments.
Online payments. That's a good answer. Anything else?
Mobile apps.
Mobile apps.
Bitcoin, PayPal, and debit.
Yeah, those are all very valid answers. So, fintech or financial technology, the abbreviation of fintech is financial technology, is not necessarily financial technology, if that makes sense, and it will in a second. Technology has always been a part of finance. It's not as if we suddenly woke up one morning and decided that, like, oh, we're going to add technology to this. Technology has always been part of the financial world. It's more of the interpretation of what is fintech that has changed. So there is financial technology according to Wall Street, or the financial industry in general, which is mostly technology that enables the production, the facilitation of financial services, and it's more of a back-end technology. It's something outside of the view of customers, and it's something that we rarely notice. So, for example, when a given process improves within a financial institution, let's say banks adopt better technology that facilitates the easier, giving of mortgages. Nobody really notices, but that is also financial technology. Again, here the core would be facilitation of financial services. Or, for example, when you lay a 200-kilometer cable between New York and, let's say, Delaware, in order to have faster trading, and you cut down your trading speed with, a few nanoseconds. That is financial technology, but that is something that doesn't really get covered in the fintech spectrum. And then you also have fintech, which is a very Silicon Valley construct. This is something that emerged after 2009, and it's mostly venture capital-driven, consumer-facing technological innovation within financial services. And it mostly has to do with the distribution of financial services and products. Most of fintech today that exists, especially consumer-facing fintech, is not something fundamentally new in the way that the pudding is made. It's mostly how that pudding arrives to you. And we'll kind of dive into that in a bit. It's important to kind of give a brief overview of how we actually got here. Because again, if I ask you, like, when did the fintech transformation start? Or like, fintech as we know it today start? And most people, again, will say, like, yeah, it's 2015, 2010. The journey that financial technology has taken, like, you can start wherever you want. It can be the 1600s when the, first joint stock company was invented. That is financial technology as well. But in order to save on time, we're going to start, like, in the late 1950s, almost 60s. And fintech can be roughly separated into three distinct phases. Fintech 1.0, Fintech 2.0, and 3.0, which is where we are today. Fintech 1.0 is mostly the transition of financial services from analog to digital, and this started in very inconspicuous ways. So the first credit card was launched in 1959. The first ATM was installed in 1967. And this is things we largely take for granted today, being able to withdraw money from an ATM. Like, before 67 you couldn't. You have to go to a branch, you have to sit there, wait in line. It's not like a radical change, but it's still, marginal improvements. NASDAQ launched its first electronic stock exchange in 71. Mobile banking was introduced in 95. Then in 2001, Bank of America had 3 million online banking users, which on today's scale is minimal, but back then it was a big innovation. The second part of the fintech journey is largely post the great financial crisis of 2009. It's a big paradigm shift in many ways that happened, and it really spurred a lot of technological innovation. In a world with zero interest rates, free-flowing money, a lot of crazy ideas got funded, and mostly in the search to find positive returns, the financial industry had to reorganize itself. And it's a very deep topic, but again, we're gonna look at some of the more notable changes. So Bitcoin was launched in 2009. Stripe and Square were founded, which again seem like insignificant events, but all of these triggered a cascade of continuous innovation. 2010, Visa and MasterCard launched a payment facilitation program, which I know sounds very complex and very boring, but this is what ultimately enabled a lot of the way that we're used to doing things today. So you go to your local supermarket, you tap your phone, and you pay for your groceries. That is purely possible because both Visa and MasterCard have open sourced their payment network so that Apple can integrate it into their phone, so you can do that very seamlessly. And we have some other. Ethereum was launched in 2015. Apple releases the Apple Card in 2019. Coinbase went public in 2021. I'm not really sure where the audience stands on crypto. Usually it's very crypto skeptical audiences. Like maybe you guys can tell me on 1 to 10 how do you feel about crypto? Or like let's say who believes what?
0 allowed?
Fair enough, 0 is also allowed, you are the status quo. Sorry. Okay, let's ask the question like this. Who believes that crypto can meaningfully change the way that financial services operate? Beyond speculation. Okay, I guess that is the baseline, that is what I'm expecting. So that's why I have added a bit of, sauce for the non-believers. Fintech 2.0 is the embedding of financial services outside of traditional financial services setting. We're used to think of that, financial services happen in a bank. I go to a bank, I do financial stuff there. But in today's world, a lot of that happens outside of the confines of traditional financial institutions, and I'm going to cover this in a bit. But these products and these services have really entered their daily lives in many different ways that are not so obvious. And Fintech 3.0, which is the last stage, at least where we are now, it's the decentralization of financial services. In the past, most of these products and most of these services were in the realm of monopoly of banks. Today, this is starting to change, and stuff that before was considered unthinkable now can happen. So, for example, you can go and raise capital independently of a big financial institution for be it your startup or whatever, let's say, via crypto. You can create your own small capital market and nobody can stop you. Well, they can, but that's another topic. Before we dive deeper into these 3 stages, I think it's important to note something else that has been going on in the background, and I know it can seem a bit convoluted, but it's actually a very interesting trend. So in the past, all of this happened under one roof. You would go for your bank account, your investing account, your payments, your consumer lending, FX payments, savings account. It would all happen in a bank. Again, it's a monopoly. Then at one point, with the rise of different fintech service providers, all these services got unbundled. And you had lots of specialist providers. You want to invest or trade, you have platforms like Trading 212, like Robinhood, and these platforms are still around. You want to do payments internationally via for yourself, for your business, you have PayPal. You want to transfer between different currencies, you have TransferWise. You want short-term consumer loan, yeah, you can go to your bank, but you can also go to SoFi and get a loan there. And you had all these different specialist providers that really focused on doing one thing exceptionally well. And for a short time it worked. They got funding from venture capital specifically based on that because they do something, especially well. But then these companies realized that having a specialist provider outlook is not very profitable. If you're doing only one thing, and if I have to go and handle my payments to PayPal, my FX from TransferWise, my trading from Trading 212, it's not very efficient for the end user, and ultimately the end user gets tired, gets bored, doesn't spend enough time, and prefers an all-in-one approach. So these services got rebundled back together in the form of neobanks, be it Revolut or N26, Monzo. There are a lot of different neobanks. And I guess, like at least I have noticed this, how this has been slowly happening, but maybe you have noticed as well, is that, for example, back in the day, your Revolut account was mostly for sending money to friends, splitting bills, having foreign currency when you travel abroad, but then suddenly you got investing, then you got crypto, then you got savings accounts. And this is a very, this is the proof of this trend, that these products are getting back, rebundled back together, and the players that manage to rebundle them successfully are the most competitive on the market. Anybody here use TransferWise? Okay. How many people use Revolut? This is a difference.
You can use both.
You can use both. Yeah. Again, from a user perspective, on an average basis, people prefer to have an all-in-one solution.
But if you're a jet setter and you go to New Zealand, Australia, or America, and Revolut doesn't give you a thing that you can't put money into without.
Yeah, when you have like a lack of service, that is absolutely, you're going to find an alternative.
But the rates are better.
Oops. So, going back to the three different stages of fintech, this is best exemplified by the players within those stages. So, in the first stage, we largely covered that. It's the digitization of finance. Something that you used to do in an analog way now can be done digitally. You want to open a foreign currency account, you can do it through your phone. You don't need to go down and line up at a physical office. I mean, in certain cases you do, but it's not the norm. Traditional financial institutions have really also digitized a lot of the way that they, a lot of the things that they do, be it on a corporate level, be it on a consumer level. And in this first category, you can put a lot of institutions. Most of the banks, most of the financial services today, they are digitized to one degree or another. Some more successfully than others, but they have all transitioned into the digital era. You have also some specialist providers, like for example, high-frequency trading firms. This is not an exhaustive list, by the way. You can't put everything here. It's a brief overview of what I think is important for kind of fleshing out some of the points of this lecture. Then we touched upon the embedding, but I think that this is one of the more interesting topics within fintech today. This is the fact that a lot of institutions, which we don't consider financial institutions, have slowly started to enter the financial services realm. Companies like Apple, Google, Alibaba, Tencent, Samsung, nobody thinks of these as financial institutions. But for example, Apple. Apple has a wallet, which lets you pay again. Apple now has a savings account in the US. So as a consumer of Apple, in a hypothetical scenario, you no longer need to exit the Apple ecosystem to have access to financial services. sooner rather than later they can start offering other stuff. For example, Apple consumer loans or an Apple credit card. Then you have also these specialist service providers. They are, again, some of them are pure play financial providers, like for example Stripe. Stripe is a payment processor, or PayPal, again, payment processor, TransferWise, we see again. But here below you have two which are, again, non-traditional. Booking.com. Does anybody think Booking.com is a financial institution? Doesn't seem so. But again, you have a financial service embedded within Booking.com. You purchase a trip somewhere, you purchase plane tickets, you purchase accommodation, you have insurance integrated within the website. And this is what embedding is all about. It's taking the financial service and embedding it in a non-financial consumer journey. Nobody really thinks about this, but it's happening. And Booking.com makes money out of insurance. It's not a pure play booking company. It makes money out of financial services as well. The same can be said about Amazon, Google, Apple, like all of these in one way, shape, or form play this role. It's very interesting to kind of denote that it's a big east-west divide. So in the east, these tech companies have a much more dominant role than in the west. For one way, like for various reasons, antitrust laws and competitive dynamics, Western financial giants don't have the same financial footprint like, for example, Eastern ones. Tencent, Alibaba, Ant Financial was a big thing once upon a time before the Chinese government decided to shut it down. But Eastern financial firms are very, non-financial firms, tech firms, are very embedded within the financial fabric of society. And then we have the decentralization part. You have crypto companies like Coinbase, Kraken, that allow millions of people to purchase crypto and participate in the Web3 economy. These are regulated companies. Kraken has a banking license in the US. Coinbase is a publicly listed company, which means it's regulated by the US government. Two more kind of little less known firms. Circle is the issuer of the stablecoin USDC. So Circle basically broke the monopoly of the US government on issuing money, because Circle can issue their own money, which is again changing monopolies, changing the rules that how the financial game is played. Ripple is a very interesting example because it allows not only Ripple, but crypto in general. We talked about the packaging and facilitation of financial services. If we go back to Apple, again, they're only changing the packaging and the delivery. They're not changing how the financial product is made. Apple's card is backed by Goldman Sachs. Apple's savings account is backed by Goldman Sachs. That means that the way in which you interact with that financial product has changed, but the way that financial product is made hasn't changed at all. It's just same stuff with a new wrapper on top. When it comes to crypto, things are fundamentally different. Crypto allows the creation of whole new payment networks. So that is not the SWIFT system, that is not, let's say, the MasterCard SWIFT system. They have their unique payment gateways. They allow the creation of unique money, unique securities, which don't exist in one way, shape, or form. And I've also included here AI for good measure, because AI is the next big thing, and we're going to see why in a bit. But for all the hype out there, AI does have the capacity to fundamentally alter how stuff is done within the financial industry. We have OpenAI, which is the owner of ChatGPT, as a prime example, and I have put Palantir, which is a lesser known company, although it has an outsized impact on financial services. Very easy kind of case study is AI insurance, where you can automate a lot of the manual calculations that have been done previously with AI agents and cut time, costs, improve accuracy, so on and so forth. 1 second. Before I transition, I'm going to again show you another example of a non-financial institution playing a financial game. When you hear Starbucks, what do you imagine is it? What does Starbucks do? What is their business model? Coffee. Property as well. Well, I can tell you that for the past 20 years, Starbucks has been operating as a bank without anybody knowing that, in a very cheeky way.
Could you say that about airlines too, with the airline miles systems?
Yeah, you can definitely say that about them too, but let's see, here we go. So, Starbucks introduced their gift card system back in 2004, and they later augmented this with an app, which lets you preload money into the Starbucks app. So, purely on an accounting terms, you're giving Starbucks a revenue that they haven't earned yet. You're giving them money, which you're gonna redeem for future coffee, but until you do so, it sits on their balance sheet like a client deposit. And it's basically an interest-free loan from Starbucks, from you to Starbucks. And as you can see, at the beginning this was, not in such large volumes, but in 2024 that is 1.8 billion. If you have to rank this among US banks by consumer deposits, that's going to be number 62 out of, let's say 200 plus. So it is quite significant. In 24, in 23, Starbucks managed to earn 250 million of interest out of consumer cash. Definitely not as much as they earn out of making coffee, but again, they're providing a financial service outside of, not a financial service, they're operating in a financial way outside of the financial system.
In fact, could you say it's actually better than an interest-free loan? Because if they did go...
Yeah, they don't owe you anything. Yeah, it's...
it doesn't mind the cost.
So, how did we get here and what is happening at the moment? All of this innovation in fintech, financial services has been driven largely by venture capital money. And here you can see the deal volume and the number of deals on the chart from 2010 to the first half of 2024. Now, this can largely be explained by the macro cycle. Since 2010 up until the mid-2022s, we have been living in a zero interest rate environment, or close to zero. A lot of free money, a lot of money printing. Venture capital is an ideal tool to take advantage of that. And especially around 2021, this trend has peaked. A lot of companies got funded, a lot of checks were cut, and you have seen a lot of new fintech companies arise. This is also part of a broader story where the fintech market, as we know it at the moment, is getting saturated. All the innovation that can be captured, especially on a consumer level, has largely been captured. A lot of the companies that are operating are deeply unprofitable. Revolut is still unprofitable, for example. A lot of the new companies that are trying to break into the market are either doing something that's already been done more efficiently, or they're doing it marginally differently. So we have reached a plateau of this innovation, especially in traditional fintech. And you can see that also by the funding. Venture capital firms are no longer very interested in cutting checks to keep unprofitable fintechs afloat. There's not enough new innovation happening out there, and this is all reflected in the deal volume. So from the peak in 2021, on an annualized basis, we're down 54% in volume and 45% in deal count. And where do we go from here? Nobody knows. Yeah, probably there's going to be deeper contraction. Really depends on purely macro outlook. But in terms of where established and new fintechs are going, that's a very tough question to answer. What my former colleagues would tell you is that existing fintechs should really try to maximize value from their clients. They should try to cut down costs and start behaving like mature companies. And aspiring fintech founders should really try to strive and do something meaningful and innovative, which is very hard to do. It's easy to say, very hard to do. And this brings us to the next slide. Apologies for the broken subtitle, but this is AI funding and volume. AI funding volume and deal count from 2014 to 2024. Similar story, yet different. There was a big boom in 2020, and some pullback, but on an annualized basis, 2024 is going to be a better year than 2020 was. Funding volume is going to increase roughly 4%, and deal count is going to increase 23%. And this is largely explainable because AI is currently the next big thing. And a lot of people are starting AI companies, a lot of people are pinning their hopes and dreams that AI is going to revolutionize finance. That is yet to be seen. My personal opinion is a lot of this is opium, and AI is not fundamentally there where people perceive it to be. But this is the current hype cycle, and if we have to predict based on this, in 2 years' time, maybe we're going to see the same thing in here. There's also the fact that this should be mentioned that looking at the fintech chart, there's only so much that private capital can do. At one point, a lot of these firms are transitioning to the public markets, the funding and investor type changes, and this innovation transitions from innovation into something more stable, more mature, and then it exits the environment of this graph. So we will see. This chart definitely doesn't show you NVIDIA, doesn't show you all of the other public AI funded, but it's purely startup based. So yeah, what comes next? It's a very interesting question, which I can leave you to ponder on your own, because whatever I tell you is 99% going to be wrong. But I am open to questions if you have such. And yeah, hope you enjoyed it. Yep.
Maybe we can get some ideas from history and from economic theory. Throughout history, we often have a new sort of technology comes along, and we think that we've reached some sort of new economy model where we're going to have sustained growth, increased efficiency, provision of services. And we've seen that in, I read somewhere once, at the lead up to the 1929 crash, there were 120 car companies in America. Was that ever going to be sustainable? 120 car companies in America in the 1930s? No way. Then in the late 1990s, we saw massive increases in average labour productivity, leading up to the crash in 2000. And one of the honours papers that we came across when I was doing postgraduate is that companies that changed their name, despite fundamentally being brick and mortar companies, but they added E or I and next to their name, got a 99% abnormal stock reaction. And then what happens is reality comes along, and we see that basically that these hopeful growth in productivity can't be sustained. And we've seen these AI, we've seen the early stage where we had a low interest rate environment, the diverse investment from lower order consumer goods and lower order capital goods, these higher order capital goods, longer payback periods, and ultimately people defer and defer and defer, and they have to keep reinvesting as the cost of these businesses go up, and they never actually deliver. Very few unicorns will actually ever deliver the growth that would justify the multiples that you see in markets. And just recently in FT, they had an article that was basically about all the costs that these IT firms, these new IT firms, have been, when they've been raising funding recently, they're having to go back for a second and third round because they're not getting the ultimate product. Their costs are still rising because of massive inflation. Their employees are now in high demand and they're having to compete to put up their prices. And it's, I would suggest that, the fruit that's been offered dangling from investors, it's not there.
It's yeah, I would agree with that. It's definitely there's a lot of hype. I remember back in 22, I was in the UK and I was talking to these VC guys, and at that point the Web3 FOMO was starting to end. And one of the guys told me like, oh no, it's not about Web3, it's all AI now. AI is the next big thing. Have you heard about OpenAI? And I was like, no, I haven't heard about OpenAI. And yeah, there are a few, as usually there are a few profitable companies that people wake up to and they're like, oh shit, this is the next big thing. And people start to emulate those. Now they're like N plus, like, I don't know how many, different AI startups that are just wrappers on top of other people's infrastructure. So is there, like a lot of hype in this market? There is. Where it goes is, most probably there's going to be a deflation. A lot of these firms are going to disappear. And as with, what Professor Bass mentioned, as with car companies, they're going to be successful car companies in the future, like AI companies in the future, as with, tech stocks in the early 20th century, they're going to be successful companies that come out of that bubble. But who those are, it's, I guess, too early to tell. Yep.
The case study we did with the Starbucks, I was wondering what are the legal aspects of this? How do they market themselves as a coffee company, but at the same time run as a bank?
I mean, it's on a legal basis. I don't think that like once you download the Starbucks app and you agree to the terms and conditions, it's all fine from a legal perspective. From an accounting perspective, I would say that this is classified as unearned revenue. You're basically prepaying for something. The same with a gift card is just a more clever way. And from Starbucks' perspective, from a strategy perspective, I believe that this is actually quite smart. Somebody thought about it, like we can, get all these people to preload cash and tell them like, yeah, you're going to skip the line, you can pre-order, you can pay with the card. And if you put in $50 today, you're not going to consume $50 of coffee tomorrow. You're going to slowly amortize it over, like, I don't know, 2 weeks if you're a big coffee fiend, or like a month, or like however. And in the meantime, they get the cash up front. And with that cash, they can fund expansion, they can fund refurbishments of store, they can do whatever, like they can pay a dividend. So I don't think there's a legal implication. I think it's more of a, unorthodox business strategy.
It's any business that takes deposits up front. Like I've seen the same thing with when you travel around the toll road in London, like the M25, you've got to have credit on your card. When it drops down to a certain amount, they only give you a certain minimum top-up. So basically, on average, you've got between £100 and £10 on your account for going around toll roads in London. So they're not got a massive wad of cash.
It's and usually that happens with like large infra players. The public transport system in the Netherlands, especially in Amsterdam, used to operate the same way. You prepay for a card 20 euros, which is non-refundable. The card has a cost of probably, 50 cents to produce. And then you have to have like a minimum balance on top of that card to travel. And, for a large CapEx company like, for example, the operator of the Amsterdam public transport network, this money kind of goes, out very easily. For Starbucks, not so much. But yeah, they're definitely not the only people that are doing it, but it's, again, why Starbucks exactly, I think it's very interesting because, again, they're embedding something financial within a consumer app, consumer-facing product that doesn't say, that it's financial. It's very cleverly hidden below the line. Anybody else? Or you guys are eager for the sandwiches?
Going to add Airbnb. You buy something, I go to stay in something in a different currency. They don't let you easily change to pay that very currency and use your Revolut card. So they're actually putting in an FX margin on what they're selling.
Oh yeah, but that goes. But like for me, that I think happens with a lot of online payments. It's whenever it's even, for example, Waterstones or Amazon, you have, let's say, Bulgarian lef on your card, you want to purchase books in dollars, and they are definitely making money off of you on the spread, which, that's also a very cool example. Well, if you guys don't have any questions, I'm going to give it back to the organizers.
Thank you.
Martin, and thank you all for being part of our first Fintech Conference.
Okay, this was the last speaker, thank you again. And because this is our first Fintech Conference and you participated, we want to give you the chance in 5 minutes to win, 15 of you, to win vouchers for Southwood Burgers and a discount voucher for a 5-star hotel Sensei. And this will be done via quiz, and later on we will choose the grand prize winner for, again, a 1 weekend stay in, again, the Sensei Hotel. In 5 minutes.
let me throw episode.
I think we're ready to start the most anticipated part of the whole event, the giveaway of the prizes. Just to refresh, quiz now, which you can join from this QR code. You have 5 questions to answer. Each question has 30 seconds for you to answer and only one correct option. Top 15 will win Southwest vouchers, and top 1 will win a discount voucher for a 5-star hotel Santé. Let the quiz begin.
Oh, it's not? No. To przestańcie. Hey, we're a team. Right, we're a team.
Niejasnie odpowiadam. Znam po prostu. Let's go!
By the way, guys, it's really important that you're fast as well.
Okay, now let's get the winners here. If I can get the chat, read their names.
We know the winners, so now.
Okay, this is top 5 for the top 15.
Yeah.
Can we go with top 5 well?
Yeah, okay, we can do top 5.
Oh, we have them, I think.
Okay, we start from bottom down. Vladimir. Come on.
Oh, there it is.
We figured it
We
out.
have it now.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's go to number 15. It's because I see from number 12. Scroll. Okay, Samuel, what else? Okay, Christo H.
Christo H.
Sisi. Good job. Joanna. Good job. Ilyan Dimitrov. Hold on. Dimitrov H. Good job. Mikhailova. Sveti. Good job, good job. Luca Prifty. Hold on. Simona. Good job. Cristiana. Good job, good job, good job. Lady.
I was.
Wanneer kennen we wat? Nice. And number one, Nicole Tillema. You win the discount voucher for Hotel Sensei. Good job. Okay, you still have a chance. If someone's haven't won anything, you still have a chance to do so. Now we will hold the choosing of the grand prize winner, which is, again, I'll repeat, a 1 week stay, 100% off in Hotel Sensei. 1 weekend.
Yeah. You don't have the budget for that.
Do we have some suspense? This is not the winner. This one.
Okay.
Okay. The winner for the grand prize is Kajitsky.
Thank you all so much for being a part of ABG's first ever Fintech Conference. Please treat yourself to a cocktail reception on the second floor, starting now. Enjoy the drinks, network with your peers, and meet our speakers. We hope to see you again next time.
One last message, the food will be coming in 10 to 15 minutes, so stay around till the food is here. Thank you.